Looks like a small-ish field tonight. About 45. I'll get you the official number. As soon as the matches come out and I can get away from the mic for a moment. Tracy Vega is going to be Sean Ford's opponent. All right, so everybody with obviously full chip count. We've got Sean Ford with 8 of 8 and Tracy Vega with 6 of 6. Actually, it looks like Sean's been adjusted to have 7. Let me double check this. Sorry, I was away. I was away for a minute. It's 7 of 7. Tracy adjusted up since I last looked, and Sean down. I'm gonna make those corrections. Catch you up on the app. Add a little setup here. And it looks like we are on the 6 ball. All right. So once again, everybody, thank you for tuning in on this Friday night. Watch us shoot from Cue Ball Billiards in Vineland. Thanks last week to Frank Miletti for his co-commentary. That was a great time. Some great insights. Tracy in the best position here on the 7, but if he pops it in that lower left corner, a little bit of draw. Slide over perfectly to the rail, just like that. Like he's got enough angle on this 8. Hit this with some, probably go either on, slide over, come off the rail. There you go. Good shot. And Tracy Vega defeats Sean Ford for his first win of the night. We'll have our next matchup in just a moment. Last week's champ Billy Gallagher coming to table 1 to shoot against Tracy Vega. Billy with 4 of his original 4 chips. And Tracy won the leg, so he's going to break this rack. Oh, good break by Tracy. I thought that 2 was going to fall, but it just rolled away off the rail and came out. Bill Gallagher. To 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. Really don't appear to be any big moves to make here, and Billy's completely capable of getting up and down the table. That was his shot. Tracy makes the 1, bumps that 6. It looks like the 2 may still go past this. They're clean. like it might be a little far away to come off the rail and play the carom. It looks like it might go clean. It looks like Tracy's got a good look at it past the 3. Just missed. Not going to be a terrible leave, though. Like we have about 40, 41 players, somewhere in that neighborhood today. It looks like 39 is our field. If you're watching the stream and enjoying it, feel free to share it on your personal page or any pool-related pages you follow. Share it on quite a few ourselves. That's going to be ball in hand for Tracy Vega. Good play there to get on the. Not the position he needed to get on this. Tried to cheat the pocket and put a little bit of lot of top on that backup table. Didn't work out. Left Billy 5. It doesn't look like it goes past the 9 clean. You can play the 5-9 combo. The 9 gets spotted. Early 9s get spotted. 9 must be the last ball made for the win. Read that cross tank and just a little off. And Tracy just slightly overcuts that ball. Billy should have a good look at this. Play. Get back up table on the 6 ball for Bill Gallagher. Looks like he played for that 7-9 combo. Shot now gets spotted. He'll continue to shoot. Smart shot too. Didn't leave any chance that the 9 would get in the way after spot. We've seen that happen to a few players before. And Billy Gallagher defeats Tracy Vega. Jay Feliciano is going to be his next opponent. Okay, with 6 of 7 chips left. On a 3. Play this softly, leave himself the 4, and that's what he does. Or he can just stop or play with some come off that bottom. Don't know that he's got the angle. Play that with follow. He'd have to come around behind the 7. At least from where I'm looking at it. About the 8, 6 that's not around on that 4th. Missed the 4, left it hanging in the pocket for K. And looks like got room past the 9 and come off the rail. Himself a good position. Ooh, and he missed the 4. Got. That's it. You up on the rail to make this 4th. Slowly with a lot of right English and come back out for a good line on the 5. Not the opposite angle I think he wanted for this. Cue ball was just a few inches towards the bottom of the screen. He could just back down that top rail and have the 7 in this bottom pocket. Then he tried to follow, go 2 rails and get behind the 7. That was a tough leave on that 5. Just a couple of inches off from where he wanted to be. So K on the 5. So this is a little low and come off the rail. Could even follow, actually. Come off the rail. Get in behind that 7. Draw would have taken him up table, so he wanted to play that with follow. Well, Bill went for the safe behind the 7 and 9. Just a little strong on that. K on the 5. Now this you would think he'd want to play with follow. Like he might be in danger of running into that 8. Oh, nope. Perfect. Got past the 8 and gets down the table and gives himself good angle on the 7. I think he'll play this a little bit of high, a little bit of follow. Come off the rail. Bumps the 9, but that's okay. That'll work. Got and rolls a little further than he wanted, but he's going to have that 9 in the side. That's going to be perfect for him. Almost straight in. This for the win for K. Feliciano. Big win if he can get this. And K. Feliciano defeats Billy Gallagher. Good win. Little bit of an upset, but K played that last sequence well. We'll have his next matchup in a moment. Hey, Ed, thanks for tuning in from home tonight. Sean Ford back to table 1. Sean with 5 of his 7 chips remaining. Okay, at the top of your screen, Sean at the bottom. That's close. It's okay. Feliciano's going to break this rack. Nothing falls for K, so on the 1, but he's got to get through the 4-8. Most likely see a push here. And Sean does call the push. Plays the 4 up table, leaves K a good look at the 1 if he chooses to take it. And the 2 goes past the 6 into the corner. K banks that 1 up table and back. Feel free to chime in if you see a shot that should be considered for one of our shots of the week. Like that bank for K. Feliciano. Definitely going to be in the running for bank of the week. But yeah, feel free to chime in the comments if you see a shot you think should have consideration in our weekly recap highlight reel. And Sean makes contact with the 4, avoids the scratch. So K on the 4. Thinks that 5 should have enough. Yep, he's going to have enough roll to get past that 8 and be able to see the 5. He misses that 6. Chance for Sean to get this rack. Play this 6 with a little bit of follow. Come off the rail for the 7. That's all he needed to do. Get out and see that 7. He can play this with stop. Plays that with nice pocket speed. Tough shot on the 9, but it's makeable. Let's see if Sean can defeat K with this shot. And he misses the ball. So that's going to be ball in hand for K Feliciano. I do not believe Sean's going to make him shoot that. And he's not. Julio Delatorre is going to be K's next opponent. Julio Delatorre has 4 of his 5 chips remaining. And K's set up to break. And once again, if you're tuning in, feel free to share the stream to your page or any pages you follow you think there might be some interest. And if you see a shot that you think might qualify for our new best of the week reel, drop it in the comments. Drop anything in the comments if you want to have a conversation. Nice shot to get back on the 4. I've dropped my Venmo in the comments. If you're a frequent watcher of the stream, you'd like to throw in a tip, you can do that at Lee-Blanchard-1 on Venmo. It's in the comments section. Trying in the coming weeks to get a piece of equipment that will allow people to call in from home and go commentate. Julio shooting really well. That's 6 underneath the really tight shot. It looks really close from here. It might not be as close as it. It's tight. It's okay on the 6. Putting an extension on his cue. I'm gonna play this in behind the 8-9. That's good safe. Julio's going to come off the rail. He makes good contact with a 6, but scratches. That's unfortunate. He makes that 6, follows up behind the 7. Okay, going back for his extension once again. Just follows that 7 enough to get past the 9, see the 8. Good shot on the 8. Good position on the 9. Played really well by Kay. And this for the win to beat Julio Delator. Julio Delator falls to Kay Feliciano. Well shot rack. Barnes Hutchins, one of our sponsors tonight, coming to table 1 to play against Kay Feliciano. Barnes has 3 of his original 5 chips left. And K wins the leg. He's going to break this rack. K breaks this rack. He might get that 3 in the side. No, just short. So dry break for K. Barnes on the 1. He's got to look at it in that lower left pocket. Not going to have a great look at the 2 here. Looks like he's pretty straight on that 1. Maybe try to draw back. He's got a lot of traffic there with the 5 and the 3. And have a more angle than it appears to me. Yeah, he did have a little more angle than it looked like to me, so that's a good shot. This plays that one softly inside and rolls up behind the 3. Pretty straight on this, but I think he's got just enough angle to get past that side of the pocket. He didn't want to do that. He wanted to either get a little further underneath of that or stay short of it. Put a little too much on that 3-ball follow. And he went for the safe, but 4 went further than he intended. Follows that. He would have had great position on the 5, but just rattled that in the pocket. Time Barnes with the safe. Squeezes in behind the 6. That's a good shot. Barnes on the 4. Ball in hand, so set up where he wants. Makes a 4 and just rolls up behind the 5, have it in that corner pocket. Just follow this up a little bit. Good shot. Makes a 7. He's got a good play on the 8 here. He can just play this natural position. Want to be middle to left of the table here. And he's going to get there. That's perfect. And this for the win for Barnes. Okay, he's not going to make Barnes shoot that, so we'll have Barnes' next opponent in just a moment. John Prado, Barnes' next opponent. John with 4 of his original 6 chips. Sorry, 5 of 7 remaining. John trying to break this rack. Looks like Barnes going to go for a safe, and he does. He gets behind the 4. Good shot. If you're just joining us once again, 39 players in the field. Not bad for a rainy Friday night. Kicks it to 3 and make. That's a good shot. So anyway, 39 players. Not bad for a rainy Friday night. And a couple of things to catch you up on if you're just tuning in. Drop some comments. Get a conversation going. If you feel that a certain shot's worthy of being one of our shots of the week, just drop that comment when the shot's made. For instance, that John Prado shot has a good chance of being our kick of the week as it stands right now. Also, we're looking to get some new equipment. We're looking to get some equipment that'll allow you to phone in from home and join the commentary. And one of the ways that we do that is through our advertisers and also through contributions from viewers. There is a comment in the comments that has my Venmo identification. If you're a frequent watcher and you want to drop a tip, you can do so on Venmo at Lee-Blanchard-1. John's going to try and draw this 6 back. And that side hits it with a little draw, but just can't get past the 9. Oh, that's okay. He's going to be able to spot that 9. He ended up with position on the 7. It just hit that 6 side, put a little slide draw on that. Would have been perfect if he got around the 9, but this will work. Plays that 7 withdraw perfectly, slides across for the 8. He'll just come off that side rail with some draw. And perfect position for the 9. This is for the win for John Prado. Oh, just slightly overcuts that. And Barnes is going to have a chance to steal this rack. John shot really well on that run. Oh, wow. Barnes misses one of his own, concedes that shot to John Prado. So John defeats Barnes Hutchins. We'll have his next matchup in a moment. Down in Bronxdale. Next up against John Prado. Phantom has 6 of his original 8 chips left. And John on the 2 cuts it nicely in the side. Oh, wow. I thought that was going to fall. He might have gotten fortunate and gotten behind the 9 here. Look at Shannon with the Efren shot here. That's a good hit. And John does all he can with that. Gets safe. 3 safe behind the 7. A couple of new things this week. If you see a shot like that one, and that's going to be ball in hand, Shannon. When his pre-stroke hits the cue. If you see a shot that you think should be considered for one of our shots of the week, like that kick by Shannon, and Artie just dropped it in the comments, you can feel free to drop in the comments and nominate a shot for one of our shots of the week. Also, if you're a frequent watcher and you want to support the stream, my Venmo is in the comments. It's at Lee-Blanchard-1. Stream supported by tips and donations, and also by our advertisers. Looking to start a future here in the next month or so. Get a piece of equipment that'll allow people to call in and do some commentary, co-commentary from home. If you want to support the stream, that's a way you can. You can also share it, like it. We can definitely use more viewership and use your support as a viewer. Nice position on the 5. You can just play this with a little bit of low and slide over behind that 7. Just wants to give himself enough angle on that 7 to play with follow and get back up table on the 8. That's perfect. Play this in the corner. I'll play this with some follow. Come off end rail, side rail. Needed just a little more on that. He can cut that in that bottom left corner, though. As long as he makes the cut, that 9 will go from just about anywhere on the table. Didn't like the cut, so he went for the safe. It's Not a gimme shot he left. Shannon makes a good hit on the 8, but he's left that right where John can play it with some follow, come back up table, and have the 9 in that same pocket. Exactly the way he plays it. The win for John. Rattles it in the pocket, but you know what? Not again, Shannon. Shannon just got to hit this center ball and just kind of stun the cue ball and hit that 9 into the pocket. Goes. That's my preferred. Some people like to play this with a little bit of right and come off the rail. And it kicks, but I think this is hit this ball. Center ball and 9 right. Is 8. Ow. That's ball in hand for John. Shannon's going to concede that 9 ball with ball in hand. We'll have our next matchup in just a moment. DeVecchio is going to be John Prado's next opponent. DeVecchio has 4 of his original 6 chips remaining. John at the top of your screen, Scott at the bottom. Flag for break. You're in the market for a new or used car, check out Barnes Hutchins of FC Buick Kerbeck Buick GMC in Palmyra, New Jersey. Plenty of new and used cars in stock. Stop in and see Barnes Hutchins, FC Kerbeck Buick GMC in Palmyra, New Jersey. While you're buying things, looking for a house or a rental, get in touch with Jen Walker of Remax Platinum Properties. Jen's information available on the stream and every weekly recap shots of the week video. Here's Scott with the break. Nothing else falls. Protect your queue. You can't get better than JB Cases. Visit them at jbcases.com. Use their custom case builder tool or pick one up off the shelf. That's good safe by John. And while you're protecting the queue, you can get a brand new queue at Pool Q Kickback Giveaways Facebook group. Carlo runs this group, Carlo Favretto. Always safe and fast shipping. Get cues, cases, and other accessories at the Pool Q Kickback Giveaways Facebook group. John just doing his best to try and tie up that 2 while he gives, I'm sorry, Scott, while he gives John ball in hand. And if I'm not mistaken, that puts Scott on 2, counting the scratch on the break. Didn't get that hidden. And Scott makes a good hit on the 1. Tournament's moving along pretty quickly. It looks like we're nearing halfway through our total chip count. We've already had our first player eliminated tonight. I'm going to try and jump this 4 and 9 to get to the 2 ball. Makes contact, but cue ball goes off the table. It's going to be ball in hand for John. For a good product to clean your cue or your table, get in touch with Brian Passarella. Check out Q Silk. I've used the Q shaft cleaner, also used the table cleaner and gotten good results from both. Get in touch with Brian to place an order. And if you're looking to join a team, you can visit Jersey Shore Shots Tap at jerseyshoreshotstap.com. Start your own team, join an existing team. Whatever you're looking to do, you can do it at jerseyshoreshotstap.com. All right, ball in hand for John Prado. 3 through 9 remaining. Good shot. Put some right English off that to come off the rail and get better position for the 4. And draw this 4 back. Stop right there and give himself a look at the. Hit this low left. Come off that far rail and just get back around the 8. Perfect. Plays that 6 with some follow off the rail and gets great position on the 7. Okay, I think just some stop or even a little bit of draw is the shot here. Oh, and that one rattles in and out of the pocket. That goes for the safe. Just overplayed a little bit. John's going to be able to see that. Good hit. He gets in behind the 9 with that 7 ball. Scott DeVecchio. Couple of things we're doing new this week. If you're just tuning in, some of you are. You see a shot that you think should be nominated for one of our shots of the week in our video recap that we do every week. Drop that in the comments. And also in the comments, I've dropped a Venmo. If you're a frequent watcher and want to drop a tip for the stream, help us afford some new equipment and new features, you can do that in the comments. Just grab that Venmo. It's at Lee-Blanchard-1. One of the things we're looking to add is some equipment that will allow you to call in from home and join the commentary. Makes the 7 great position on the 8. And just draw this back. Get good position on the 9. Should be out of this rack. That's perfect. And this for the win for John Prado. And John Prado defeats Scott DeVecchio. We'll have John's next matchup in a moment. Frank Vettori. 1 of 4 chips left. I'm sorry, 1 of 5 chips left. John Prado's next opponent. Frank Vittori will break this rack. Nothing falls for Frank except the cue ball. So ball in hand for John Prado. And if there's anything else you want to talk about in the comments, we can do that. Start a discussion. Feel free. You can give feedback about the stream, feedback about our weekly best of video. Talk about pool related topics, anything you want to put in those comments to get a conversation going. John goes for the safe. Looks like that 6 ball's in the way. Also, if you do get in touch with one of our advertisers, if you use one of their services, be sure to tell them that you saw them advertised on the stream. Frank with a kick at the one makes contact, but then into the pocket. So that's 2 fouls. See if John sets up for the 3 foul. Right now, it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Again, I think Frank can see that past the 5. Just a little strong on that. Played that withdrawal. He might have even been better off playing that with a little bit of follow. Could have gotten the 6 in the game. Frank plays behind the 5. Wow, good shot to make that 1 and gets position on the 2. Good shot. He leaves himself an angle on the 3. Good position on the 4. We've had 2 players eliminated so far. Ten players on 1 chip out of a field of what's now 37. Could be down under 30 pretty rapidly. John Prado trying to do that here by eliminating Frank Vettori. We're just off the jaw of the pocket, but he might get a fortunate roll. I don't think Frank. Don't know that Frank can see that 5 to make it from here. Not in that upper left corner, maybe a cross bank. Frank makes contact with the 5. Artie, we started last week. Starting last week, we are doing the break and run on table 1, so you'll get to see it tonight. John plays safe again. Frank can see this shot, though. And Artie, the reason we didn't, it had just been recovered. So we moved it to table 2. Now that the cloth is broken in a little bit, we have moved it back to table 1. So the break and run will be live on stream tonight. Frank makes the 5. A little bit of a challenging position here on the 6. Try and cut this in the side. Just a little bit light on that. May have fallen if it had a little more oomph, but he just leaves it inside the jaw of the pocket. I don't know how far inside the jaw it is. Maybe you could just spin it in a little bit. Does he spins it into the pocket? It's got to be careful to scratch. Wow, that's unfortunate. Ball in hand for Frank Vettori with just these 3 left. You would think he's out. Might be a little flatter than Frank wanted to be on the 8, but he could play this with follow and enough angle. Looks like he's going to put some right on it as well and get in behind the 9. This is for the win for Frank Vettori. And Frank Vettori defeats John Prado, ends his run on table 1. I believe it was 3 straight for John. We'll have Frank's next matchup momentarily. And Bruce Brush is Frank's next opponent. Bruce with 2 of 7 chips remaining. And Bruce wins the lag and earns the break. 5 players eliminated now. We're down to a field of 34. I don't know if we've had that many players eliminated by 10 p.m. before. Still a couple of minutes left for a few more dominoes to. The 5 and 8 both fell on the break for Bruce. And Bruce pays the push. Oh, Frank misses that one in the side. Uncharacteristic. Bruce goes behind the 7, makes contact, but scratches. So ball in hand for Frank. Oh, wow. Have to believe that one stayed up. Didn't get where he wanted to on that 3. You may see him just play this behind the 6-9. Would be my guess. Bruce really good at playing safes. There you have it. Good safe. Yeah, David, he does. And he's good at it. Ball in hand for Bruce, no rail. Or no good hit, I'm sorry. I don't think we'll see play safe here. The run out's there. This up a little behind the 4. Pretty straight on this 4. Looks like he'll draw it back a little bit. Yep. Perfect for the 6. Play the 6 into that bottom right corner with some follow. That was a good play by Frank. Safe behind the 7. A great shot by Bruce. That's a hell of a shot. This for the win for Bruce Brush. And this would also put him in contention for our out of the week. And Bruce Brush finishes off that 3-ball run. That's a great win. We're going to have Bruce's next matchup in just a couple of moments. At 20 viewers on a weekly stream on a Friday night. That's outstanding. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your support. Just tuning in, a couple new things this week. You can nominate a shot for one of our shots of the week, the highlight video we do every week. Drop a comment. Another thing is you can also go on Venmo. My Venmo is in the comments. If you're a frequent viewer and you want to support the stream, you can drop a couple dollars in my Venmo. We're trying to get some new equipment that will allow people to call in from home and join the commentary live. Also goes to cover microphones and cameras when they give out. Also, if you have a business and you'd like to advertise, get in touch with me. It's $20 per week, 6 weeks for $100. That gets you your business card in the upper right-hand corner where you see things cycling there. Also gets you a few mentions a night, a couple of full screen ads, and a spot in our highlight video as a sponsor of one of the shots. Get in touch with me for more info. We were just waiting, I believe, for another match to finish so that Bruce can have his next opponent. While we do that, I will shout out a couple of our sponsors. As always, if you use one of our sponsors, please let them know that you saw them here on the stream. And JB Cases is one of those sponsors. You can build your custom case at jbcases.com using their case builder tool, or you can pick one up off the shelf. They're also available at Sieberts.com. JB Cases, the best in protection for your Q. Q-Silk, pool table cleaner and shaft cleaner. I've used both of these products. I had nice results with both. The table cleaner did a really nice job at picking up some of that dust, that chalk dust, after I did the vacuuming. So yeah, give Brian Passarella a call or send him an email to place an order, get some prices. If you're looking to buy or sell a home, you need somebody you can trust, and one of the people I trust is Jen Walker of Remax Platinum Properties. Get in touch with Jen for your sales, purchasing, or rental needs. The Pool Q Kickback Giveaways Facebook group. Here's a place, if you are looking to get a nice Q case or even some accessories, join this Facebook group run by Carlo Favretto. Fast shipping, really trustworthy. And man, he's had some great stuff up there. He's had an Aaron Astle, Carlos Cole. There's been some slides up there. There's always something going on at Pool Q Kickback Giveaways Facebook group. And there's a sister group, the Production Q Kickback Giveaways Facebook group. Check that out as well. And Jersey Shore Shots Tap, you're looking to get into a pool league, you can join an existing team or start your own. Visit JerseyShoreShotsTap.com. And last but not least, Barnes Hutchins, who is on the table right now of FC Herbeck Buick GMC in Palmyra, New Jersey. Barnes is a sales associate there. Barnes wins the lag. Barnes is a sales professional, Mark of Excellence Award winner. Head up to Palmyra, New Jersey, Route 73, and see Barnes for your new and used vehicle needs. Thanks to all of our sponsors. They help bring you this stream every week. And once again, if you use their services, let them know you saw them on the New Jersey Pool Scene weekly billiard stream. So Barnes with 2 of his original 6 chips remaining. Hey, Chris, thanks for tuning in. I wasn't going to call anybody out for breaking dry twice, but Chris did. Yeah, we started putting the break and run back on table 1 last week. And yeah, Barnes with 2 of 6 chips remaining. Yeah. 9 players eliminated, so our field is down to 30. Another 11 on 1 chip, so we could be down under 20 relatively quickly tonight. Bruce with ball in hand. Bruce misses that 4. That 5 might be in play for Barnes. Definitely was in play, so he plays a safe and looks like he got the 5 in play himself. It looks like our chip leader right now is Frank Vittori Jr. with 6, followed by Alfredo Ruiz with 5. And there looks to be 2 players with 4, Jerome Carmichael and J.R. Roa. A few players with 3. Then some 2s and around 10 players on their last chip. Well, that 4 doesn't fall. Hell of a try by Barnes. Tough shot. Bruce can't put any draw on this, so he goes rail first. Great position. Bruce tried to draw that back, but just kind of drifted over, left himself a tester here. Yeah, David Jerome was in the final 10 last week. I want to say he finished 3rd or 4th. And he's right in the mix again tonight. He's been shooting well. And that just off the jaw for Barnes. Nate's not in a great spot here, but Bruce, I'm going to say, is going to play some low left on this and just try and get around the table. It's back on that. Pardon me. Gets back on that side. If he goes for the combo here. I just went with a little bit more of a safe. Thought he might try and combo that 9. Barnes taking a look at this. Doesn't love his options, but I think he might try and go in the side with this. Bank it. He does, and that's a great shot, but he hits the 9. Moves it into a tough spot. Barnes Hutchins looking to hang on to these 2 chips. Goes for a safe. Gets both balls on a rail. Pretty much across from each other. It's a good play. But Bruce calls this in the side pocket. Bottom of your screen. He's going to try and bank this in. Oh, just a little wide. Surprised he didn't go for the safe there. He kind of sold out on that. And now Barnes with a chance to make this 9 and end this rack. Oh, wow. That's the second time we've seen Barnes rattle a 9. And this for the win for Bruce. And Bruce Brush defeats Barnes Hutchins. Wow, that was a tough break for Barnes. That's the second time we've seen him bobble a 9. Dave Connolly is Bruce's next opponent. Yeah, Artie Cordero just mentioned tight pockets, and table 1 is very tight. It's 1, 2, and I believe 7 are the tight pocket tables here. Correct me if I'm wrong, Artie. One can make you rethink your existence sometimes. So Dave Connolly to play Bruce Brush. Dave is on his last chip out of 6. Yeah, already confirms. It is 1, 3, and 7 that are the tightest here. If you're ever going to play here, especially in a tournament, chip tournament, or maybe one of the pool players care benefit tournaments, it's always a good idea to come out the week before, get on table 1 or 3, especially, and practice with these tight pockets. Because when you get back out here later in the week and play on one of the other tables, the pockets play huge for you. My table at home has some pretty wide pockets, so I'll try to get down here and play on one or 3, or I'm at AC Billiards. I believe it's 25. The drop pocket table is pretty tight. Just a good idea to get on a tight pocket table. Hey, Dave Connolly won the leg. He's going to break. Yeah.
$1,000.
Nothing down yet as Dave Connolly shooting at the 1. A lot of back and forth here. Still on the 1. Good hit on the jump. Hit by Bruce. We're down to 20 players. Be hitting our final 10 well before 11 o'clock tonight. 20 players. Looks like 7 or 8 of them on one ship. Yeah, 7 players on one ship out of 20. Bruce on the 2. Contact. I think he was trying to get that past the 4, but couldn't get there. But he did make good contact. Yeah, Chris, I was four innings on the 1 ball, including, I believe, 2 jumps. And we're going to see that again here, I think, on the 2. Dave's got to look at the 2 here and an avenue to the 3, so that we might see this table open up for us. Too soon. Bruce tries the bank, doesn't get there. Dave just narrowly avoids the scratch. A touch shot for Bruce. But this 2 back, though, I feel like he's going to have to hit this a little hard to cut this backwards into that pocket to hold for the 3. Goes instead just for good contact. He was on the rail. He couldn't have played that with any draw and tried to get it over. Get the 2 further up the table and maybe get the cue behind the 6, 7, 9. You didn't have a lot of options on that one. Dave, though, not liking his position on the 2 with regards to the 3, just plays it safe behind the 8, 9, 7. And Bruce makes good contact. This might set up decently for Dave. Again, not ideal. He's not going to be able to hold for the 3. Maybe see him kick the 2 off that foot rail and top rail and maybe go back up table with it. 2 down here. That's the play. And that works. He's behind the 5 and 6. Good shot. Look at this. And Bruce wanted to get behind that 8, didn't get there. Dave on the 6, just 6, 7, 8, and 9 to get out of this rack. It's been a long one. He plays this safe behind the 9. Didn't have the angle to make the shot. Nice safe. So again, if you're just tuning in, one of the new things we're doing this week, if you see a shot you think should be nominated for one of our shots of the week, you can drop a comment in the comments on the stream. Let us know you want to nominate a certain shot as a shot of the week. And also, we're trying to get some new equipment here. We want to start a feature where you can call in from home and co-commentate on the stream. And if you want to help us out with some of the costs associated with that, I've left my Venmo in one of the comments. You can Venmo a couple bucks if you're a regular watcher and enjoy the stream. And last but not least, if you use one of our services of our advertisers, let them know that you saw their ad on the stream. And like and share the stream with your friends on your personal page, on any groups that you're in. Thank you for joining us on a rainy Friday night. Seen a kind of a good rack here. It's been back and forth. There's been a lot of safes, but you've seen a couple of savvy players who know when to run and when to duck and cover. And it looks like Dave's last safe paid off for him. He makes the 6 and 7. He's going to try and draw this 8 back. Wow. Not the worst leave in the world, but he had some position on the 9, although that side pocket would have come into play. At least, no, taking a look at it off screen, it looks like he had room. Cut that in and get on that rail. Goes for the safe. He might have this, and at worst, he left Dave with the 8 on the rail and the cue ball 9, 8.5 feet away. This rack has seen a little bit of everything. We've seen some safes, kicks, jumps. Again, like I said, just a couple of really savvy players who know when to go for the out and who know when to duck and cover. There was no And the back and forth continues. Dave pulling out the jump cue again. This is one that if he makes the contact here, the 8 doesn't have far to go. Oh, misses that. That's ball in hand for Bruce. Bruce really doesn't have a lot of work here. That 9 goes in the side. He could set up on the rail here and just tap that 8 in. A little bit of right hand English. That's what he's going to do. He's going to hit this ball on the right. Drift off that rail and have that 9 on the side. This for the win for Bruce Brush. And Bruce Brush eliminates Dave Connolly. Jerome Carmichael is going to be his next opponent. Jerome Carmichael with two of his 8 chips left. So he's lost a couple since we updated you last. Jerome at the top of your screen, Bruce at the bottom. Looks like Jerome won that leg. Chris, thanks for the suggestion. That 2 rail kick on the 2 ball for Bruce. I got a lot written down. I think that's one of the ones I have, but I'll double check when I go over the recording. David, are you saying that Jerome and Bruce drive home together? Down to 15 players left in the tournament. All right, so David Morgan is saying that Jerome drove Bruce tonight, so they're going to have some things to talk about on the way home. David, I agree they're going to have some things to talk about on the way home, but if Bruce parked Jerome's car, he would have probably parked him safe behind a Prius, and they wouldn't be going anywhere. But another match featuring a couple of really smart players. Jerome, no slouch in that department. He knows when to attack, and he knows when to play safe. That was a pretty good two-way shot. If that goes, he's on the 2, or at least has a play on it. And if it doesn't go, Bruce has to get around that 5. Thanks, James, for showing your appreciation for the stream. Very much appreciated. That makes the 1. This is off the 3, but gets himself positioned on the 2 here. I'm taking a long look at this. Like that 3 goes in the side. Don't think that's the leave he was looking for. I think he wanted to come around behind that 4. Interesting choice. He did that with position on the 5 in mind. Had he played that 3, just pocket speed, he could have played the 4 in the bottom right corner, but he had a good chance of running into the 8 or 9 off the cut of the 4 and not have, or even getting stuck behind them and not having to look at the 5. So he tried something there. Didn't work out, but he could at least see the 4. And then he tries to play safe. But Bruce can see it past the 8. Jerome on the 4. Goes past the 7. He should be able to hold up. Get a look at the 5. Oh, he ran into that 7. Not sure if he has a look at the 5 from here at either. Rum can see that past the 7. Not sure. Yeah, I think he can see enough of that to cut that backwards into the corner, but the safe might be the better option. That's going to work for him. Bumps the 8 into the way. Bruce is going to have to kick it this one. Draft. Oh, wow. I'd like to take that 8 and have this be your prize. Smart play. Leave him a bank. He would have liked to have left him on the rail, I'm sure. Good play by Jerome. Just separate these two balls. Leave them long. When in doubt, leave them long. We're down to 12 players as Bruce plays a safe. And that, not a great lead for Jerome. Jerome could play this down table and leave the cue up here. Does. Because I'm hard to not have an out. Bruce goes what I call an equal table safe. You leave both balls on a rail and leave them equidistant. It's never a bad play. It looks like Jerome was kind of playing a two-way there. It looks like he went to play it. And if he missed it, he was going to leave him center rail. But that ball just rolled a little bit. Tables are rolling a little slow tonight with the rain and humidity. That tends to slow things down. But that's one instance right there where that ball rolled a little further than Jerome thought. So Bruce with a chance. This is still a thin cut, but it's a makeable shot, and Bruce calls that bottom right corner. That's a great shot. And he's going to be okay. That is a great shot. Bruce Brush defeats Jerome Carmichael. Jerome, one of the people yelling for him as he made it. It's great to see the sportsmanship we have here. And I believe we are down to 12. We may not have a match come out. There are 3 matches going on where we could potentially lose a couple of players. Shannon Brogsdale trying to eliminate Yorgo Meady on table 3. Frank Vittori Jr. trying to eliminate Scott DeVecchio on table 5. And we've got 2 on the wait list. So there's 2 other matches where we could potentially lose players, and that would put us at 10. So we may have a short delay here. And again, we're going to have break and run on table 1 this week. And we did lose a player. We're down to 11. So we are probably not going to have another match come out on table 1. We're going to take a short break from the action. I'll stay here with you. I might step away to get a drink, but so while we have a few minutes, if anybody wants to start a conversation in the comments about any of the shots you've seen tonight, any of the plays you've seen, anything in general, how do you feel about jump shots versus kicks? Any equipment you want to talk about? Throw it in the comments and I'll chime in. I'm sure some of our other commenters will chime in. Break and run tonight is over 9,300. I'm going to take an opportunity while we chat. Thank a couple of our sponsors tonight. Barnes Hutchins. You saw Barnes play a couple times here on Table 1. He's at FC Kerbeck Buick GMC in Palmyra. Barnes is a Mark of Excellence Award winner. He was just talking to Jose Garcia tonight. Told him they have plenty of stock, new and used. So if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, get in touch with Barnes. Tell him that New Jersey Billiard Stream sent you. JB cases. I got a JB case a couple of years ago, and you flat out can't get better protection for your cues. Custom inserts, custom colors, monogramming, whatever you want, you can do it at the case building tool at jbcases.com. Q-Silk. Brian Passarella is selling Q-Silk products. I've used the shaft cleaner. Does a nice job. I've used the table cleaner. It does a really nice job. Just mist your table, use a microfiber cloth, and pick up those leftover chalk dust after you vacuumed. Did nice. Table looks good. It plays well. Get in touch with Brian. Place an order. If you're looking to buy or sell a property or even rent, get in touch with Jen Walker of Remax Platinum Properties. Jen's can be reached at jen@jenwalker.net or 609-328-3888. And here's one I really like, the Pool Cue Kickback Giveaways Facebook group. You can join this group and its sister group, Production Cue Kickback Giveaways, for a chance to win cues, cases, other accessories. Carlo Favoretto runs this group. Always fast shipping, always well packed. You don't have to believe me. Just go on his page and read some of the testimonials from people who have won cues. But check it out. He's had some great cues over the past month or so. Carlos Cole and Aaron Astle. He's had Sly. You name it, he's had it there. That's Pool Cue Kickback Giveaways. And Jersey Sure Shots Tap. If you're looking to get into a league, maybe you've been away for a while, you're looking to get back, join them at JerseySureShotsTap.com and join a team, or maybe put your own team together. And thanks again to all of our supporters. They help bring you this stream every week. Stream supported by our sponsors and tips and donations from viewers, players. And we do a special. It's $20 a week to get your business card or logo on the stream and get your shout outs like I just did. We also do 6 weeks for $100 if you got a business you're interested in advertising. And that also gets you a spot in our weekly highlight best of shots reel. You will be named as a sponsor of a shot of the week. Get in touch with me on Facebook for more information. Finishing up the break and run ticket sales here. I'm going to step away, grab a drink, and then we'll be back with break and run and then final rounds. So how does everybody feel about potentially being able to call in live on a cell phone and join the commentary? Is that something anybody would be interested in doing? So there's about a 5-second delay between the action here and what you see on Facebook. So I don't know that we could do live shot-by-shot commentary, but we could talk about what's happened in that rack so far, what's happened over the course of the night. But looking to gauge some interest. I'm looking to get some equipment that would allow me to take phone calls and bring guests on the air without them being here at Cue Ball. And while I'm on the subject, if you're ever in the area, I have a second mic. Be glad to have players get in touch with me and potentially come out and join the commentary for a night like we had Frank Miletti last week. It was fun having another person to talk to and bounce some things off of, get different viewpoints on what a player may or may not do with a certain shot. So yeah, if that's something you might be interested in, either live in person or calling in and doing some commentary, let me know in the comments or send me an IM. Yeah, there's a little bit of a line for break and run tickets, so we're probably going to have about 5 minutes or so before we can move forward. Also, while we got some downtime, I'm going to catch up on the draft. If you want to talk about your favorite college player or your favorite team and who they got, you can drop that in there and go off topic for a few minutes while we wait for the break and run and final rounds to start. Thanks for the input, David. Yeah, I was thinking that the call-in could be somebody calling in to promote an upcoming tournament or somebody that just wants to comment on more of the players that are on the table at that time in general. It'd be difficult to do live commentary, obviously with the delay between what you see on Facebook and what I'm seeing here. But I think sometimes that second voice, even if we're just talking about pool topics in general, might be interesting. Maybe we could get some cue makers or cue repairers, a table mechanic, just get people in related to pool and maybe talk about pool and not talk about what's actually going on at that moment. I mean, I would of course keep up with the action, but we could be having a discussion with Oscar about pool table maintenance or Joe Young about cue repair and get some interesting insights into things pool related, not necessarily what's going on the screen. All right, so 11 players left. Chip leader is 4. That's Frank Vettori Jr. Alfredo Ruiz has 3. Bruce Brush with 2. And the rest of the remaining players, 1 chip. Shannon Brogsdale, Carlo Favretto, Tracy Vega, Al Campo, Scott Freeman, John Prado, Jerome Carmichael. All 1 chip. So we will probably have a rack played on table 1 and then the break and run. Frank Vittori Jr. with 4 chips is pretty strong going in with 11 players, but there's some strong players still with 1 and 2 chips left. Bruce Brush, Alcampo. Still got Carlo Favretto in there. Jerome's still in there. Carmichael. This should be a good finish. Tracy Vega, I think I neglected to mention the first time we ran through the chip count. He's got 1 left. All right, we got matches coming out, and we're gonna have a first match, then the break and run. It should go pretty quickly. 1 chippers, 4 being the leader. Tracy Vega gets the first bye based on matches played. Gonna have Yorgo Meaty and Alfredo Ruiz on table 1. Yorgo Meaty with 1 of 5 chips left. Alfredo Ruiz with, I believe it's 3 of 8 chips left. Yorgo at the bottom of your screen, Alfredo at the top, and Alfredo wins the leg. He'll earn the break. All right, Alfredo has 3 of 9 chips remaining. Goodness. Table 3 is Bruce Brush and Carlo Favretto. Table 5 is Shannon Brogsdale and Scott Freeman. Table 7 is Al Campo and John Prado. Table 11, that leaves Jerome Carmichael and Frank Vittori Jr. Yeah, we're set up for a good finish here. Guaranteed to lose 2 players this round. Could potentially lose 5. Alfredo Ruiz breaks the rack. And we're underway in our final rounds, round by round at the end of the night, so slow play doesn't matter. Normally we don't have to ding anybody for slow play over the course of the night. We do occasionally give warnings, and then, of course, the buys are signed in order of matches played from most to fewest, so Going to try the jump here instead of the push. And that's a legal shot. Contact with the ball, contact with the rail, and just a little strong. It's going to be ball in hand for Alfredo Ruiz. Alfredo just follow this up a little bit. Oh, I think he's got a little angle. He was in trouble. He rolled just far enough to give himself a little angle because he's got to get back across that side of the table for the 3. And there for a second, it looked like he almost caught himself straight on that 2. And being against the rail, it would have been tough to bring that ball back. If he stops this, he's going to have a look at the 4, but I don't know how much angle he has to follow it and get back up table for the 4. We're about to find out. It looks like he's pretty straight, but he does have some. Yep, he tried to cheat it a little bit, and he got on the 4, just couldn't make the 3. The Yorgo Meaty on the 3. He can stop this or even draw it back a little bit and have a look at the 4. That's what I would do. I try and bring this back, play the 4 pocket speed. All right. Might be seeing a little fatigue set in here. It was warm in here earlier, maybe even a little humid, so the tables were playing a little slower. It's now that it's emptied out quite a bit, it's gotten a little chilly even. We may see the tables start to play a little faster as we progress through these final rounds. Players having trouble with this 3 ball. All right, it looks like our break and run contestants are going to be Carlo Favretto and Yorgo Meaty. Yeah, you know. I keep can't watch it. Okay. Yeah. Pumping it. You can't look. All right, get you caught up here. It's Alfredo Ruiz on the 7. Ooh, that miss might work out for him if that ball slows down. Wow, that just rolled a little further. I don't think that's a roll we'd have seen earlier in the night. The tables were playing slow. Conditioning's on now. It seems to be drying the air out a little bit, and the tables seem to be rolling just a little bit longer. So your go makes that 7. Good natural position on the 8. He's far enough away from the rail, too. He doesn't have to hit this ball with a ton of top. Just come off the rail. That's beautiful. This for the win for Yorgo Meaty. Yorgo Meaty defeats Alfredo Ruiz, takes him down to 2 chips. And it doesn't look like we've had anybody eliminated yet this round. There's definitely going to be one. John Prado and Al Campo, both with 1 chip. So we're going to have that elimination. And Shannon Brogsdale is still playing against Scott Freeman. Shannon, it appears, is on the 6. And again, if you're just joining in, something new we're doing tonight, you can If you see a good shot that should be nominated, you feel, for one of our shots of the week, you can drop a comment. Also, my Venmo is in the comments if you're a regular watcher of the stream and you'd like to throw in a tip. Stream supported by donations, tips, and our sponsors. They bring you this stream every week. And we're looking to get some new equipment where we'll be able to have people call in. Not necessarily do live commentary, but maybe have some conversations about pool during the commentary. And if there's anything you want to talk about, you can drop a comment. I'll chime in. I'm sure some of our other viewers will chime in as well. We've got quite a few shots marked as potential shots of the week. Got 12 so far, and we're going to pare that down to 5 or 6 for the final highlight video. There's more than likely going to be another 1 or 2 here as we get through the final rounds. As you get to the end of the night, you're left with the best of the best. So we should see a couple of more shots deserving of an honor. And be sure to drop a comment if you see one. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback from the highlight videos that we've been doing for the past few weeks. You can also drop a comment about that. How do you feel about the highlight videos? Do you enjoy them? The first week was a grind, making that video the first week. All right, so we've lost 2 players. We're down to 9. I'll get back to talking about the highlight videos in a second. All right, so we're going to have the break and run on table 1. We're going to have Freeman and Vega on 2. Yorgo Meaty and Frank Vettori Jr. on 3. John Pardo and Alfredo Ruiz on 4. And Jerome Carmichael and Bruce Brush. Not sure if that's on 13. Not sure where that one's going on. But we're going to have our first contestant, Carlo Favretto, in the break and run. So the first week of doing the highlight video is just kind of about some trial and error, developing a workflow. That first video, good Lord, probably took me about 3 hours. Just some, again, the actual making of the video wasn't bad. It was just developing a good workflow to get to the shots and cut out the individual shots, and then how to put them together with transitions and moving them to a network drive so I go from one computer to another to do the final production. But now it's down to about an hour, and it's kind of fun to do. I take some notes during the night where to look for certain shots, and of course if anybody drops something in the comment, I'll add that to my notes. And it goes pretty quickly cutting them out, and then it's just a matter of paring them down to see which one's best. And also, last week and the week before, we had somebody had 2 of their shots in there, and with a small field, that's tough to avoid. This week, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 contestants for 5 or 6 spots, so we should have individual shots. Obviously, if 2 of somebody's shots are the best by far, I'm going to put them in there. But if somebody has the best, say, bank, and it's a toss-up between their kick and somebody else's, I'll probably go with somebody else, just to give everybody a chance to get into the video. Last week, I think Billy Gallagher had the kick of the week and the out of the week, and there's just really no denying that those were both the best of their category for the week. I think the week before that, we might have seen Shannon Brogsdale twice. One of which was, if I recall correctly, a 3-rail kick, and the other was just a slam cut into the side pocket on the 9. All right, Carlo's going to check the rack. We're going to put the 10 ball on the screen so I can keep up with the action. You can see at a glance what goes on the break. Carlo broke dry twice last week. He's looking to avenge that. Looks like he's moved his break a little more towards the center. Wow. Nothing goes again for Carlo. So, consolation prize in our break and run. You can take ball in hand and run the balls out for $100. Just a chance to give people some of their money back if they can't break a ball in. So Carlo will take ball in hand and try for the 100. He's got the 1 to the 2. The 2 to the 3 is tough. 3's behind the 9. Got traffic there. 4 and 5 along the rail. It looks like he gets past the 4, but the 5, he might have to get to the left side of the 3 to have a shot at it. I'm not sure it goes underneath the 5. I think he's going to try and do that here. Then this 2 down the rail to the corner. Put a little draw and come across the table. I know he's going to hit this with top and try and get in behind the 4. Looked like he was going to try and go between the 3 and the 4 with that. He has the 3 where he is right now, and maybe he could have played for that 4 in the side. I'm sorry, he's on the 2. I missed. I see, he shot the 2 into the 10. My mistake. He's still shooting. Now he's got to worry about getting on the 3. And draws back to the same spot. That'll work. Calls the bank on the 3. Banking in that bottom right pocket. I did not see the combo on the 10. I was watching live and couldn't see that pocket. I should have been watching my screen. All right, so Carlo doesn't make the run out for 100. Yorgo Meaty is going to be our next contestant in the break and run. Yorgo's finishing up his rack on table 3. Like he's on the 5 ball. On table 2, Tracy Vega's on the 8. And that's in his match against Scott Freeman. Tracy just made the 8, and he's looking to make the 9 and eliminate Scott Freeman. That would take us to 8 players. And Tracy Vega has eliminated Scott Freeman. We're down to 8. We will be down to 7 at the conclusion of the Jerome Carmichael-Bruce Brush match. Trying to keep an eye on that and see. Looks like Bruce just missed the 8 on that one. I'm going to We're going to walk over and see if I can get you the a view of the Jerome and Bruce Brush match. How did that look, Artie? I think because the phone doesn't give you a preview when you're using it as a webcam. Just wondering if I had it framed right. So that was Bruce Brush defeating Jerome Carmichael. We're down to 8. Now we're back to table 1 for Yorgo Meaty. I'm going to try and do that more often. I have actually a gimbal, which will take a lot of the bouncing around. It'll keep the phone nice and level. I might try bringing that with me. So at the end of the night, we can walk around and get looks at other matches. Yorgo with a big break. Oh, the 3 goes in and out. The 2 falls. Thanks for the feedback, Artie. I am going to do that more often. I have to bring a iPad or something so I can get a view of what I'm seeing. But yeah, I'm going to do that more often instead of having downtime on the stream. Just walk around and try and get a look at stuff. So Yorgo makes the 2. He's got I believe it's $931. Contemplating the 1 here. I think I would shoot this. Get a better look from another angle. Take it back the 8. Very slightly. I would not shoot this. He's got the 930 right now. Misses. He gets nothing. The 8 wasn't in the way. It's a shot all day, but he might have to come off the rail here. Taking a long look at this, but it's very close. Okay, Yorgo declines. Now we're going to have him shoot it for fun. He has pocketed the cash. He's not going to take the second shot. Again, this is just for fun. He's declined to shoot the ball for money. That was a good decision. That was really tight. He didn't have a lot of room past the 8. So Yorgo gets $931. Next week, the break and run will start at $9,524. So come out to Vineland, get in our tournament. First time in the tournament, you're only eligible for 25% of the pot. Second time, 50%. Third time in thereafter, you're eligible for 100%. Looks like the only match we have, let's see if we have any going. No, we have none going on. Matches coming out. Jerome Carmichael was eliminated, so we're down to 7. Chip leader is Frank Vittori Jr. with 2, everyone else with 1. So that's Alfredo Ruiz, Tracy Vega, John Pardo, Bruce Brush, Carlo Favretto, Yorgo Meaty, all with 1 chip. So we're going to have to. Yorgo, Frank Vittori, and Alfredo Ruiz are going to have to lag for the bye. As soon as we get the bye established, we will have our next match coming out. Wow, we just had a lag for the bye, and Yorgo Meaty won. Froze his on the rail. He was up against a ball that was about a quarter inch off the rail, and he just laid his right on the rail perfect and earned the bye. So table one's going to be Tracy Vega and Alfredo Ruiz. Tracy Vega with 1 of 7 chips left. Alfredo Ruiz with 1 of 9. Seven players left, and we are guaranteed to lose 2 this round. We could lose 3. But Alfredo Ruiz and Tracy Vega is a knockout match, and let me get this right here. John Prado is a knockout match against Carlo Favaretto. They're on table 2. And table 3, Frank Vittori Jr. with a chance to knock out Bruce Brush. Or we'll have an even field with everybody at 1 chip. Frank, the only person with more than 1 chip right now. Tracy Vega won the lag, so he's earned the break. And we are underway. Tracy makes the 1 and the 4. Should be able to cut that too thin into the side. I'm going to hit it with a little draw and pull it away from that rail and get around and see 3. Try to get safe behind the 6, but he left Alfredo a shot. Thanks, Ed. And I believe we are going to keep doing the break and run on table 1 now. Hey, Tracy on the 3. Oh, he needs to be careful not to get that 7 in the game. He could come off the rail for the 5. I think he can see the 5 clean past the 7. Could a little strong on that. He didn't want this angle because now he's going to have trouble avoiding running into the 8. Oh, actually put a little draw on that and made the 9 off the 6. So that'll get spotted and he'll continue to shoot. That could work out really well for him. And hit this with some draw, come off the rail and get back past that 9. Just wow. Little pool table yoga here for Tracy. Stops that shot. Perfect on the 8. Tracy's out is there. Play this about a half tip high. Got himself in a little bit of a no man's land. Stopped sooner. He had the 9 in the side. Got one more rotation. He had it in the corner. He's still going to go in the side. A much thinner cut than it would have been if he'd have stopped about a half of a rotation sooner. And that's a great shot. Tracy Vega cuts that 9 in the side pocket and eliminates Alfredo Ruiz. And let's see. We still have Bruce Brush and Frank Vettori Jr. going on. Let's see if we can get you a look at that. All right, apparently having a little trouble setting up the mobile camera again. I'm going to have to bring a spare phone with me and try this next week, but I'm going to still try and get this going for you here. Yeah, I'm having trouble getting this to work again. Yeah, I got a glitch now where I'm having trouble getting that to come back in, that camera to work again so I can walk around. Hmm. Yeah, I'm having trouble getting the mobile working again, so we'll just have to wait for that one to finish. That Bruce Brush and Frank Vittori. Hang on, we might be back in business. We're back in business. I'm going to go give you a live look here at the Bruce Brush Frank Vittori Jr. rack. All right, that was a live look at the Bruce Brush, Frank Vittori Jr. We're going to go back to our table cam. And we should have matches coming out in just a moment. 4 players left. Oh no, that's right. We have 5 left now because Frank Vittori Jr. lost that match. All right, table. Frank Vittori Jr. has the bye. Table 1 is going to be Yorgo Meaty and Carlo Favretto. All right, so we're getting good feedback on the walk around. I actually have a spare iPhone and a gimbal. If you're not familiar with a gimbal, it's something that keeps the phone level and takes away the bounce as you walk around. They use it a lot. I mean, they invented for Hollywood, but they're a consumer product now. So I'm gonna work that out over the next week, maybe 2, and maybe even use some Bluetooth so I can do commentary while I walk around. So we're going to work that out. Since that's something people like, we're going to add that to the stream. It's something I've been thinking about for a while, but I got to work on adding the phone as a source instead of using it as a webcam so that I can see what the action is. As it was right there, I'm just kind of pointing it at the table, but I'm glad it worked out well. We're going to keep doing that. Let me set this match up. Carlo Favretto is on his last chip of, I believe he gets 5, right? Yeah, so Carlo and Yorgo, both 1 of 5 chips. Carlo won the lag. He earned the break. Carlo breaks dry. Yorgo on the 1. Looks like he's up against the 3 there. All right. Now my control deck wants to give me problems. I don't know what's happening with my control deck right now, so we're going to have to go manual, I think, for the end here. All right, we're going manual for the rest of the night. The control deck has decided to stop working. Not that it's not working, it's just that for some reason it's not responding to input. I'm trying to unplug it. Okay, I think I got it back. There we go. I got it back. So Yorgo on the 1, then looks like he's going to try a 1-6 combo, and he gets that to fall. Yorgo with a tough leave here on the 2. He plays safe, but it looks like Carlo can see this past the 8. And we will definitely be down to 3 after this round. So we have at most 2 more racks after this. Bruce Brush and Tracy Vega playing on table 3. Carlo leaves Yorgo a difficult shot. He might be able to cut this in past the 3. No, didn't have enough room. So he just plays it safe and leaves Carlo off in the corner. The bank is blocked. The cut down the rail is blocked by the 3. Bank is blocked by the 8. I guess it would bank into the bottom left corner. I don't think that's the way Carlo's going to go. I think he might try and get off that rail and get back behind the 7. Well, he's got behind the 8. That's going to work. Yeah, Carlo's smarter than to try that low percentage bank in the corner. When in doubt, just leave him long. Oh, Jim, thank you. I didn't notice that I didn't kill the 5 ball. So 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. That's what we have left. Good eye, Jim. It's getting late. I'm not on my game like I was at the beginning of the night. So ball in hand for Carlo. That 4 is blocked by the 9 going into the bottom right corner. It looks like it squeezes by the 7 going the other way. So the 3 to 4 is the shot that Carlos really got to worry about here. And if he leaves himself an angle on the 3, he can get back to this bottom right quadrant of the table and get a look at the 4. That's not where he wanted to be. He kind of wanted to have inside position on that, be closer to the rail and just drift out. Gonna have to do a little more work here now. He wanted to be on the rail with that cue, and then could have played the 3 in pocket speed and just drifted over for a shot at the 4. Difference that an inch makes. That would, by the way, be the title of my pool autobiography, The Difference That an Inch Makes. Sure, everybody out there can relate. Well, Yorgo just undercuts that 3. He was on the 4, just didn't put enough cut on that 3. Carlo's got a shot here. He makes this 3. None of these other balls are tied up. As long as he gets from the 3 to 4. Looks like he's going to play his... Yep, just bring it back across the table. But that 3 just stops in the pocket. Makes the 7, drifts over. Fairly straight on the 8, but he's got a little angle. Does with this. I'm reading the angle right. He could hit this with on a low and just bring it back off that side rail. And that's exactly what he does. Just needs to get a little leg. Ooh, he left himself a little bit of a tester here. Again, another inch, and this is a wildly easier shot. This is for the win for Yorgo Meaty. Doesn't get enough of it. He might get a really fortunate roll here, though. Wow, this is tough. This is a really thin cut, and it's 8 feet away for Carlo. Playing off of that. I don't know. Try and play off the side of the 9 and send the cue ball back up table. Or across table, I mean, and leave them both even. But the length he'd have to stretch to make that. He's going to go for the kick, and that normally isn't the best option. But considering how far away he is from the cue ball to make any other kind of contact with the 9, it might make this an equal percentage or even higher percentage shot. This for the win for Carlo. All right, didn't make it, but a legal hit. He's forcing Yorgo to make the shot. I mean, anything can happen. It gets late in the night. People get a little fatigued. Better that than anything else. It's better that than missing. And Yorgo makes the shot, eliminates Carlo. And we're down to 3. Looks like Bruce Brush is going to get the bye. Yorgo Meaty and Frank Vettori Jr. are going to play on table 1. And everybody with 1 chip left at this point. Frank Vettori Jr. earns the break by winning the lag. Frank Vettori Jr., 1 of 8 chips left. Let me update that, and I'm going to have to take a short break. I'll be back in about 45 seconds. Yeah, I missed a lot apparently while I was 1, 2, and 3 are on the table. Virgo Media on the 4. He's got real far. Hey. I mean, hey, Yorgo's on the 5. I think you wanted to be a little closer to it. You want to, in my opinion, you want to slow roll this with a little bit of low and just stop right there for that 6. Be able to come off that foot rail, side rail, and get up behind that 7. Just a little bit of angle to put that in the side and get a cross table for the 8. Draw back for the 9. That's perfect. Yeah, you can play this with some high English. Come off the 6 and get back up table. Wants to get past the middle of the table on this. He could actually play this with draw too. That's perfect position right there. Actually, he's pretty straight on this 7. He could cheat it a little bit. Left hand English. Draw it. It looks like he's going to try and draw it. That'll do it. And play this with a little bit of draw and just slide over behind that 9. This to guarantee himself no worse than second. Yorgo Meaty eliminates Frank Vettori. Frank finishes 3rd, and Bruce Brush and Yorgo Meaty will face off for first place. Bruce Brush with one of 6 chips left. 6 or 7? One of 7. 1's the important number here. Bruce Brush won the lag, so he's earned the break. Yorgo immediately plays a push. Looked like Bruce went for that. Position of 2 balls. Not ideal. Yorgo comes off the rail. Wow, I can't believe that didn't fall. Bruce trying to get that to draw back where he had to look at the 2. And I mean, I guess he does. I don't know that he can see it to make it. I think he needed to come back and the 12 inches. That's not what he was hoping for. He was hoping to lock that up on the 4. The cue ball just wouldn't get out of the way. I want to overplay this as long as he still has a look at the. Looks like he does. Hold for that. Oh, maybe he doesn't. Now the way he's lining up, he may not have the 4 past the 5. Drifted a little too far. And he left himself the 4 there. He could have played that pocket speed. Had the 5, just would have had to come up and have an angle on the 6. Wasn't the easiest out. And I think we'll see Bruce just wanted to get behind that 6. Popped out again. You need any more evidence? Tables are playing faster than they were earlier in the night. You can just look at the last couple of safe attempts there. Earlier in the night, and those in behind. Virgo gets a lucky roll on the 4, off the 9 and in. Yorgo apologizing for the flop shot. Bruce laughs and gives him a fist bump. Good sportsmanship here. Always good sportsmanship. Yorgo's going to play this with low right, come off that rail. Get himself a good angle in the 6. I play draw on this as well. Stuff behind the 7 here. Not ideal, but it goes behind the 9. Got to cut it in. Just tapped the table. He wanted to be a little straight. Doesn't like his options for position, so he plays safe, but doesn't get behind the 9. I think I'd have tried to cut it strong, come across the table twice. I think there's better odds on that than. Didn't have to be perfect on that 8 to make it. Had to be to the left of it. Get your screen. Apparently, Bruce didn't like his options after making. He plays this. Well, it looks like Yorgo's going for this. Banks that 7. That position on the 8 here. He can stop this. Come off the rail and have the 9. Come off the rail. He's going to have a good angle on that 9. And this is for the win for Yorgo Meaty. This for the win for Yorgo Meaty. Brush would finish second. Yorgo Meaty is your winner. Bruce Brush finishes second. Frank Fattori Jr. third. Carlo Vavretto fourth. Tracy Vega fifth. I've had a great time hanging out with you on this rainy Friday night from Cue Ball Billiards in Vineland, New Jersey. We'll see you next week, 7:30 p.m. Break and run of over $9,000. Get here, play in this tournament. If not, watch the stream. If you enjoyed the stream, feel free. My Venmo's in the comments. Feel free to throw up a tip. We're going to work on bringing in guest commentators by cell phone and live, and we're also going to work on refining our mobile camera here so that we can keep you up to date and have less dead time on the air. I thank you for your engagement and your feedback, and we'll see you next Friday night from Cue Ball Billiards in Vineland, New Jersey.